Hello, everybody. Okay. Please, come, that we start. We're already late. Yeah, please. Please.
It's going to be helpful, right? It's going to be helpful, right? Yeah, it usually works like that. The forward one. Yes.
Oi. Good morning.
Hello.
I also came up just to shitpost, essentially.
I will put myself here. Yeah. I mean, that's everything. So I think we can start. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here today as well. We are a bit late with the schedule, but we're going to try to squeeze everything. 4 talks are scheduled for this morning, and then there will be a coffee break. The first one will be Mar Rus Calafei, probably. Virtual reality in psychosis, from assessment to intervention.
Okay, can you hear me okay? Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here for a session in the morning. And thanks for the invitation. It is my first time in this VR summit. So yeah, thanks Art. I can't see him now, but thanks for the invitation. So I am a clinical psychologist by background, currently working as a professor of clinical psychology, digital psychotherapy here at the Ruhr Universität Bochum, but originally from the beautiful island of Mallorca, which is well known at least by the Germans, well, the British as well. I'm just going to talk a little bit of the work we do with people with psychosis. This is the main clinical group I work with clinically, but also since the very beginning of my career, I have been using VR to improve or enhance the therapies that we use to help these patients. So just for all of us to be in the same page, and for me to control my time, let's get a small reminder of what psychosis is. Psychosis actually refers to a group of mental health disorders, which is basically characterized by delusions, hallucinations, thought disorder, disorganized behavior, negative symptoms, and the so-called lack of insight or the lack of awareness of having certain experiences. In my case, my main field of research and clinical work are delusions and hallucinations, and by default, and per default, also thought disorder. But there's also a group of disorders that come with a lot of social problems. Actually, social interactions can be the cause and the consequence of certain symptoms and clinical experiences, but it also gets worse along the course of the illness. So the person is never at the same level of social functioning as they were before the onset of the disorder. It also comes with a lot of stigma, since there is very small understanding of what really psychosis is. It's too often linked to violence and other behaviors that are not part of this mental health problem. And actually, a bit of self-criticism here. Most of the difficulties are also reinforced by certain experiences that people have when they come to see us, to see mental health professionals, since we also have stigma and we use some coercive techniques that are not helping them to achieve recovery. Anyway, how can actually virtual reality help not only to enhance clinical outcomes, but also to help these people to get more engaged, more understood, and more adhered to our therapies. I can't continue my talk without mentioning two of the most important pioneers of the work of VR in psychosis, just who are Professor Daniel Freeman, who I have the luck to call one of my mentors, currently based in the University of Oxford, and someone you might probably know, rings a bell, Professor Mel Slater from the University of Barcelona. It was in the early 2000s where Daniel and Mel put their bright minds together and started using VR for the assessment of paranoid delusions. I'm not sure if you've seen somewhere the famous London Underground that they use to really validate VR as a tool, a safe tool to understand better which are the psychological mechanisms that underlie paranoid thinking. So they set the grounds, and then we did a lot of work together and separately to really demonstrate that VR is actually a safe tool for people with psychosis. When I talk to colleagues, especially with psychiatrists that see people in acute phases, they really think what we are going to do with VR is to make people unwell, that we will exacerbate symptoms, that they will start being more paranoid, that they will start believing in their delusions and hallucinations even more. So we put a lot of effort to demonstrate that this is not the case. Bad news, they already believe in those things 100%. So we are just trying to help them to actually gather more information that is in the environment that might help them to at least consider alternative explanation to the experiences that they have. So I'm still working on that, but just to make it clear in the room, VR is not exacerbating any symptoms. And today I brought to you one of the projects I've been working on for the last decade. That makes me feel a bit old, but I'm not that old. And that's the avatar therapy. So avatar therapy was originally created by Professor Julian Lev. I don't know, are there any clinicians in the room? Well, Julian Lev is a very well-known psychiatrist, especially in the field of schizophrenia, because he was also the one that did a lot of research and proposed the expressed emotion theory, in which is proven that some psychotic symptoms are also reinforced by certain behaviors of the family. That had a lot of impact in the early 70s, and was also one of the pioneers in the UK to take people out of the institutions and back to the community. So he was the originator of the avatar therapy, together with Professor Mark Hackwell from UCL, University College London, who is a professor in phonetics. And they had this brilliant idea to use VR or 2D digital representations to create the voices or the entities of the voices that people have, and encourage them to have a conversation with this voice in order to calibrate the power and control that these negative voices have over people. Currently, avatar therapy is a certified medical device, and it has been added to the clinical guidelines excuse me, of the United Kingdom, so the NICE clinical guidelines. And thanks to a lot of discussions with the psychiatrists here in Germany, I have managed to get it into the S3 guidelines, the national German guidelines. So it's pretty a proven medical product, which aims to do these. So basically we try to achieve an embodiment of something that has been very well studied. We know that voices are very real to people who hear them. They use emotional contact, they cause emotional impact because they use information that is very personal and meaningful to the person that hears them. And we also know that pretty much 90–95% have a good characterization of who these voices are. So thanks to this platform, we try to build something like this. So 100% tailored, 100% personalized, and we also match the tone, the pitch of the voice to the voice that they hear. And after that, they go through a course of 7 sessions in where they have a discussion with their voice, and they try to get the control that they need over them. So I'm going to present you a video of my colleague Tom Ward from King's College. He's actually working with a real patient, so I would appreciate no videos, no pictures, although this is just an example for yeah, got it.
Just remind me, what's that key, strong, powerful statement that you want to get across today?
Tell him that
trial published last year in Nature Medicine, but we have also worked a lot on understanding how is this interaction really working. And of course, what are the targets, the specific targets of the therapy, and for the interest of the room, what is really that we are bringing into the room that makes a difference for the person, makes a difference in relation to non-tech-based psychotherapy. But we also listen to patients, and patients said, oh, this is great, but I'm also noticing some changes when I go out and about, and I feel that I have my voice is more in control, but they are still disturbing me when I talk to others. So it's building up my self-confidence, but I really want to do more on my own and have them even less present. So we started thinking, okay, what is that the tech can bring even more to the room that helps us to target this social component of voices. As I just mentioned, they can really suffer from interruptions or really building up some paranoid thinking because the voices tell them not to talk to others. So we try to bring a more immersive component to the therapy in order to target this problem. And this is what we are doing here in Bochum. So we are using the avatar therapy, the medical device, together with VR environments, immersive VR environments, in when we import the personalized voice, and we try people to help. We try to help people to ignore the voices or to apply what they've been working on during the dialogues in social situations. And a point I want to make clear is that we have designed these VR environments together with lived experience experts, so those that suffer from psychosis and really can tell us whether we are really doing what we have to do within this environment. So we meet them every 2 months. They've been trying our demos. They've been going through the environments. They've been giving us input, and I think the result makes a true difference with those environments that haven't been taking into account the position of these experts. So we have a total of 3 environments in which we, as I said, explore this personalized voice, and we have a platform that can be used by the therapists in where they can increase the frequency of the voice, how loud it is, manage the comments they make, and in each environment the person have a couple of tasks to achieve in order to pass. And of course, it's not only about the habituation as it happens in the use of VR in anxiety disorder, but it's also techniques that we're using when we do the dialogues and techniques that we use in current psychotherapy for psychosis. So refocus, so work on attention, disengagement from voices, build up self-confidence, and of course, negotiation with the voice while being in social interactions.
Können Sie mir bitte Ihren Namen und Ihr Geburtsdatum nennen?
Mein Name ist Thomas.
Und hier ist Ihre Karte.
Dankeschön.
Herr Müller,
Dann-
bitte in Raum 3.
Dann bis nächste Woche.
So he's trying to make an appointment in the clinic.
Dankeschön. Tschüss.
What you can see on the right side is the console from the therapist, so we can modulate what is happening in the environment, especially in relation to the voice. But we also have an automated system in which the system can actually reduce the frequency of the voice because the person is doing well within the environment.
Hier ist es.
Wunderbar. Vielen lieben Dank.
Viel Spaß noch beim Kochen.
Good, so we are on it, but if someone is interested, the protocol has been published, and we also have published a case study in when we give a bit more detail on what are the tasks within VR and what the therapists can do in VR, but I will invite you to watch this space. But we are also thinking of the future, and we are already testing some other modules that could be added in, to avatar therapy. The first one is a full AI-based dialogue delivery. So we use the content of the therapies of the 2 big clinical trials to train our model in responding to voices.
I am.
And we also have an AI-based AI VR-based psychotherapies that can deliver some of the self-compassion techniques that we add within the avatar therapy. But as I said, my recommendation here would be always to add some experts by experience to make sure that what we are designing in our labs is meaningful and will have an impact, and from there testing it, doing the research, and then moving to the clinic. If someone is interested in the work of avatar therapy or the other VR stuff that we do in psychosis, I invite you to hear this podcast. There is one in Germany if there are Germans in the room, and it's me talking, but many people involved. So thank you, and funders, of course. So thanks to them, and thank you to all of you for your attention.
So sorry that I have to be the bad cop and trying to squeeze everything in this limited time that we have. Next speaker will be Tom Freus from an active connection to agency-based fingerprinting. Will try to do it myself in a very not elegant way. Here we are.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you to the organizers for having me. It's my first time at one of these events, and what I will present to you today is some work in progress, and I found my time here very inspiring, so I hope what I will show you maybe resonates with some of the research that you're also doing. The title comes a little bit from discussions with art. One of the things that we do in our lab at OIS is looking for the signatures of mind at work in the brain and the body. How do we know when a change in one of the signals that we're recording is because the mind is doing something? And of course, if we understand that, then we can look for it, we can work with it, and potentially it's actually specific to you as an individual. So I will present in this talk, some steps in that direction. Cognitive science is undergoing a lot of change, so let me just preface this presentation with this book by Alvanoe, one of the leading voices in the philosophy of mind, and he says, "There are no tests we can run, no brain scans we can study to get to the bottom of ourselves. We are aesthetic, we are works in progress. This is surely one of the reasons why cognitive science tends to remain not exactly immature or unfinished, but really in a way not yet even begun. And what I want to suggest to you today is that eruption theory, which we're developing a group, offers an opportunity for a new beginning in which we take that unfinished character seriously. So just as a quick background for people who are not familiar with embodied cognition, one of the key texts came out in the early 90s, which is called The Embodied Mind by Varela and people, where they argue that cognitive science needs to take human experience more seriously. And they also drew on a lot of experimental work. I'm not going to go into the details here. But basically, the work showed that action is important, and that in a way, perceptual experience is a way of exploring the world actively. But another thing to notice is that a lot of the references that they cited in the 90s was already a bit old back then. We have references to the 60s, right? So that was an issue. And then another track that they started in that time is, well, if we're going to take human experience seriously, how are we going to study it scientifically? And so there's a lot of effort trying to develop methodologies for first-person approaches to experience that can turn subjective experience into data. And that also run into quite a lot of issues. And I'm not going to go into it here, but I can talk to you about some of the methodological issues that faces. So one of the principal projects that come out of this is that, can we put the science of first-person consciousness and the science of the brain together in an integrated way? And this is what sometimes is called neurophenomenology, where we look at neural synchrony as a basis for integration of temporal experience. Alva Noe, in his book, this was just came out at the start of my PhD, argued that we can dissolve the hard problem of consciousness, how the brain generates experience, by thinking of it as a form of action. These ideas got developed more. We draw out more resources from the phenomenological tradition, continental philosophy, the philosophy of the organism. There was the idea that when we talk about reward and value, it's not to be reified as an objective variable, but maybe it's an emergent property and so on. But then there was a problem. What about AI? So a lot of my career, I looked at AI as something that has limits which the organism can overcome. When organisms can make sense of things, AI can't. And that has been a receding bar, receding goalpost. And I think recently we've seen that some of the skepticism, some of the hard limits that we thought were going to be never overcome, did overcome it in practice. And the theoretical implications of that are really interesting to unpack. So I have a preprint at the bottom right here if you're interested to learn more, but I'm not going to say more about that, except that we need new ideas. One of the experimental approaches, and this gets closer to the core of the talk now, is sensory substitution research. So we wanted to put embodied cognition on a more modern foundation rather than citing things from the 60s. So we developed a haptic device that vibrates in your hand when you're pointing at things. And the idea was basically if you close your eyes and you move around with your hand, you'll be able to feel the contours at a distance. And then the idea was that if you allow you to do that actively, you should perceive things better than if you undergo passively the same movement. So we spent over a decade with different paradigms looking at that. And in the end, our conclusion is that actually action makes no difference. So against our expectations, the data forces us to accept that it's not so simple. Maybe there is some difference between action and passiveness, but what is going on here? It feels almost like sometimes the passive people had an advantage over the active ones, and it could have to do with cognitive load or whatever, but action sometimes seems to interfere with perceptual experience. Then, putting all these things together, we're coming up with a new framework that takes some of the core principles of in active embodied cognition seriously and operationalizes in a way that helps us to work with the data better. Let me just quickly talk you through it. Number one is basically we take the mind seriously. So lived experience does matter. Your motivations do matter. They make a difference to your behavior. Many people in cognitive science actually don't agree with that, surprisingly, but we take it seriously. So, what's on your mind makes a difference to how you behave. But at the same time, axiom number two, we can't ignore the fact that when we come into the lab and we analyze what's going on in your brain and your body, we don't see the mind. We can't measure directly what are your experiences and your intentions. We just have changes in voltage and things like that. So that's the tension, right? So that's the classic mind-body problem. How do we have something that is intentional, directed toward the world, and on the other hand, we just have voltages? How do these things interface? One solution is to just take seriously the idea that the way in which the mind reaches into the body can't be reduced to the body, cannot be reduced, and therefore there will be a factor when we measure things happening in the body that can't be explained in those terms alone. It's like an external noise factor, basically. So our hypothesis is that the way in which the mind interfaces with the body is basically something that appears on the body side as something unpredictable, an stochastic factor, which we call eruption. And so, in a sense, in the left-hand side, this is a problem of mental causation, classic philosophical problem. We have an unobservable mental cause happening, in something in the brain. We call this eruption. There's something we can't measure, but that makes a difference. So it's an unexpected deviation in our signal given what we measured in the past. And we can also do it the other way around. If we want to work on the hard problem of consciousness, we want to understand, there's things in the environment, they hit our retina, something happens in the brain, and at some point you will say, oh yeah, I perceive the face, or something like that. How do we trace the signal from voltages to conscious experience? And there the idea is the reverse, that at some point we're measuring cause and effects, but the last effect, which is a change in the experience, we can't measure. So basically we have a cause with a lack of a downstream effect, and we again can measure that in terms of redundancy and counterfactuals and so on. So let me give you some examples. We call this absorption when it goes in the direction of consciousness. So the final effect is absorbed. It actually takes us right back to the neural synchrony work, which I mentioned in the beginning. It's already known that when you perceive a meaningful face, what happens in your brain at that time is that all the oscillations start aligning and synchronizing. That's basically a loss of variability. It's a redundancy. So it is actually, in a sense, like the expected signature. What they didn't talk much about in their study is that there's an even bigger desynchronization event happening afterwards. But that's also expected because it's actually a task where you have to do an action based on your perception. And that brings us again to the eruption operator. And here's another piece of evidence. Maybe the most classic way of looking at the problem of mental causation is in the free will debates. Are we actually free to initiate our actions? The Libet paradigm, which basically asks people just to click at some freely willed point in time and then look at what's happening in the brain, has been much debated. And most people think that it actually rules out free will because you can already see a ramping up potential in the brain before you click. That's the thing on the left here. It's called the readiness potential. But when you look at it from the start of the trial, actually this prediction is very hard to do. And what these people argue is that to some extent what's happening in the brain is a random walk, and at some point it hits a decision threshold and then the action is initiated. And so for them, actually free will is about finding out what's this noisy trigger that makes the final push over the threshold. And I think we have a priori theoretical reasons to suspect that the mind at work is actually a noisy trigger, which I call eruption. So it's nice that these things are independently converging. So here's something I learned about talking with physicists about this, and it's a useful principles that I hope maybe it will help also in your own analysis. If we want to understand the mind at work in the body, we have to take care of the units. We can measure things in voltage or in mass or whatever inside the body, but we don't have the equivalent units in the mind. Okay, so your experience is not measurable in volts. Now, if they are going to be related to each other, then we can't just use units. Okay, this is classical physics problem, right? So, but what we can say is that we can just make it dimensionless. There are quantities in the physical world which don't have units. So already our first insight is that if there is something the mind does, it's probably a unitless quantity. Second point is that it's probably multiplicative. Multiplication is the only operation that allows us to combine units, like to say, meters in time, right? The velocity. So you can multiply units together, but you can't add. So I can't add meters to seconds. So again, multiplication is probably a more closer signature for the mind at work. And probably it's also symmetrical, because we have to take care of energy conservation laws and things like that. Okay. Wait a minute, I had 30 minutes, right? Yeah? And at least in the... Yeah? Okay. I have 10 minutes on my clock here, so 20 minutes to go, I hope. All right. So what I said in the previous slide are just some kind of like, on the envelope intuitions about the kind of signatures that we should be looking for. And it immediately shows us that to some extent one of the key principles of neurophenomenology was misguided. What people tried to do was to take first-person lived experience, quantify how it changes over in time. How long does it take for the face to appear? What's your mood modulating over time and so on? And then find a signal in the body that has a similar time signature. The problem with time is it's a physical unit. It's related to energy and all kinds of quantities. So again, we can't really measure things in that way in the mind. So Probably the more adequate way of doing it is to look for ratios or rates. So here are the kind of signatures that we want to look for in our data. Something that is intrinsically indeterminate, something stochastic, this eruption factor. And then on the absorption side, we're looking for variability that spontaneously disappears and aligns and creates redundancies. But these are actually opposite signatures, which is another interesting point. So you can't have the signature for agency or mental causation happening at the same time and place as a signature for something going into your experience. And that's something that goes against the initial idea of the enactive approach that action and perception are more or less the same thing. All right, and maybe I'll just skip this, but essentially we're arguing that it's a cycle. There's bursts of eruption followed by absorption. So the theoretical take-home message before I get into the data is the following. Embodied intelligence is about using noise to support multi-scale alignment. That's how the mind at work basically looks like. How does it do this? How is the body able to turn a noise signal into something that is actually supportive of your actions? Let's start with what the noise actually looks like. We can model it as a simple Poisson process, which is just saying there's going to be random events injected into your body at a certain rate. And then we can model this with these two curves down here. We'll see them a lot in the data. So, it's very faint. But the basic one is the blue one, which is a very simple equation. It's just an exponential decay function. It's sometimes called the hazard function or the survival function. It basically means what's the likelihood of not having encountered one of these events over time. And the green one is to say, what's the probability of having encountered exactly one over time? So it's a P0 curve and the P1 curve. They have the interesting property that they meet at exactly 1 divided by E. And also they have the probability of exactly 1 divided by E. And this is the point when you're more likely to have encountered one event rather than no event. Okay, but this point in time is also important for another reason. It's the optimal ratio when you have to decide between exploration and exploitation. Let me just talk you through this in terms of the figures. It's called the secretary problem, or the 1 over E law, which is basically the sequential decision problem. Imagine, the way it's sometimes talked about is in terms of finding a marriage partner, or hiring someone, or buying a house. Imagine you have a sequence of properties that you need to look at, and you can only visit each one once, and if you don't say yes, it might be already taken by someone else. So when should you make and you've seen all and committed to none, so you have to make the decision at some point. It turns out that the best option is to wait 37% of your sequence and then switch from exploration to exploitation. Basically, this curve, how long you should wait. Your maximum likelihood of success of finding the best one in the list is to wait exactly 1 divided by E. So you don't do anything until 1 divided by E. You're just passively absorbing, accumulating evidence, and then afterwards you basically choose the next best one that comes along. Okay, so this is our decision rule, and it's basically the same point in time as we got from the Poisson process. Okay, that's the kind of mathematical part. Okay, in the last few minutes, I will, actually the last 15 minutes, I'll talk you through the experimental data. And this is something I learned also going to this event. So, I'm really inspired by the work you're doing. I want to think of this as a kind of mesoscale paradigm. When I talk to psychophysics people, they talk about milliseconds, like really fast reaction times, for example. Can you see this, barely perceivable flash on the screen and these kind of things? It's really hard to do interesting work with that because it's not ecologically relevant. But when we do science out in the world and say, anything can happen and we're gonna record you over days, how are you even gonna make sense of that data? So VR and AR has the advantage that it gives us the control and it allows us to scale precisely to have ecologically valid behavior but under controlled conditions. So I think it's brilliant for this kind of work. So one example is what we're doing in here, which is using haptics to mediate touch over a virtual reality space, which is just a circle here. And there are other objects. We were doing a hyperscanning setup because the question we were wanting to ask is how do people become aware of each other? What's the basis for co-presence? And so they don't see each other, they're in different rooms, and they just get vibrations when they move around, and they have to, let us know with a click, is that vibration generated because you're touching the other person, or is it from other objects? So is it socially mediated or not? And if you're interested, we have the whole data set released and has all kinds of recordings. I'll show you some of the data from that. And also the device, we released it in an open source version here, so you can also 3D print your own if you're interested. So the data that comes out of it looks like this over 60-second trials. They're moving in this space over time, but they don't see it. So what they do have access to is how they move. So each of them, of course, has access to how they move their arm. And this is what they perceive in terms of vibrations, like bzz, 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 bzz. It's just a binary signal, and then at some point they click. So in this case, the red person here actually did it correctly because the two lines were interacting. The blue person, unfortunately, was clicking when they were interacting with a static object, so they got it wrong. Down here, we have one example of the physiology of the data set, which is breathing. And one of the interesting things is that it seems to kind of align, so that the blue one has an inhalation period, which is half the one of the red one, and they seem to actually align. So you can even look at synchrony of physiological signals across this interface. Okay, so analyzing the data. People told me EDA, skin conductance, is one of the hardest signals to work with. They were like, why are you even recording it? It turns out it's our cleanest signal when looked at from this perspective. I'm doing nothing with the signal except for averaging. Grand average over all trials, over all participants. If I do that, I get this blue line. I can plot the red line, this is normalized to 0 to 1, which is exactly the formula for a P0 curve. So it's giving us the rate at which the process is running. And this was amazing already. I was like, wow, why is it such a good fit? Is this just coincidence? But we had also recorded resting state for 3 minutes. If I do that, the curve is the same. So now scaled to 3 minutes rather than 1 minute. Still fits perfectly. So the EDA signal actually anticipates the total time horizon of your trial. Now that's interesting. But if it does it for rest, is it task specific? Maybe not. So here's what we did for breathing. Total average, looking at like how your volume of your chest moves around. So it decreases, so people inhale less over time, and then they relax. And interestingly, it's close to our optimal time. 6 divided by E is around 22 seconds. If we look at this in terms of resting state, we don't see the same signal. But then if we normalize this, we actually find that it fits perfectly to the P1 curve. So breathing, how much suppression you do in your lungs actually matches the one event curve. So basically, they're most likely to have encountered one event here, and then they can relax. They can inhale, start inhaling more again. We also have ECG, and this was an interesting one. It was nice to look into what the heart actually looks like and what it does. It's a signal. It's like a metronome that gives the whole body a clock. So this is pressure, the blue line here. So you have bursts of pressure, blood, coursing through your body, and then there's rest. Okay, and when we do this in ECG, it corresponds to the R peak here and the end of the T peak. Okay, and when we calculate that, I was like, this ratio looks very interesting. Maybe it's the optimal one, but it was too large. And then I did it for our data, and just look at the ratio between these two phases, and it turns out that the ratio is self-organizes bang on to the optimal ratio and stays there for trial time. It's a little bit higher, but then we look at resting state, it actually hits the line perfectly and stays there for 3 minutes. So it means that people are a little bit, more anxious still. They could relax a little bit more to hit this perfect line. But what it means is that your heart actually during this period is sending a signal of blood pressure through your body that perfectly matches the timing of the secretory problem. So any other process in your body can use this signal to basically say, what's my optimal decision, exploration decision threshold? We look at average movement. How likely are you going to be in motion? On average, it's E divided by 10. And this dividing by 10, we'll find it again and again in the data set. It looks like it's an important factor. Then we asked, how does movement change in terms of scales? So if I say the duration of the movement here on a log scale, and how often that duration appears in our data set, I was super surprised that the exponent of this is also E. I don't know what this means. If anybody has any idea, let me know. It's true that E is the one quantity where the quantity is the same as the rate of change. So if you take the derivative, it basically equals itself. But this is a different kind of equation, but it seems to be also somehow related. for sensor activation, another nice one. So it turns out that the average likelihood of you having haptic feedback self-organizes in a way such that the average is going to be 1 divided by E. So at each point in time, someone is basically having feedback at the optimal ratio. If you do the power log here, it doesn't look like the movement at all. So we've got this hump here. Instead of having a straight line down, now we've got this double descent. Why would that be? It makes sense because, again, perception is the opposite of movement. It's about absorption. So this is a little bit like a tractor up here. So any kind of variation around it is basically being absorbed and making this a lot more frequent than it should be otherwise. What's interesting is that this is around 100 millisecond, 100, 110, maybe 125, which is known as an optimal duration for perception, and it's also related to the alpha band, and we will come back to that. Now, the actual responses. When do people tell us when they perceive the other person? Again, over time, we get this plot, which again has its peak value here just after optimal decision time. So people implicitly know that they shouldn't be doing it in the early phase, and that their best chance of getting it right are just after this moment in time. And then there's these weird oscillations that look a little bit noisy, but they could point to some 10-second oscillation, which we also saw in the movement data. The brain, finally. So usually really hard to analyze what's going on in the brain. Again, what I'm doing here is just averaging. It's just the grand average over all electrodes, over all trials, over all participants, so over 1,000 trials. And we get this really clean curve of oscillations. That's interesting because it means that this is actually surviving averaging. If it was random, right, we would just balance out to 0. So there's something going on here. And this is over the first 60 seconds of the resting state, which doesn't have quite the structure. And if I show it for the 3 minutes, you'll see that it's just a random walk. So we can analyze this in terms of different waves, and what I notice is that we have a 20-second wave here that shifts into a 10-second wave and then shifts again, and we've got a couple of phase shifts in the middle. Why is this interesting? Is because the early blue waves are sine waves, which have the property of being a discrete symmetry. You can have them negative or positive, and they still hit 0 here, and they can have different rates, whereas cosines don't have that. And so this means that we're just having the blue ones here, just one sign, is like a broken symmetry, which is exactly the signature of absorption for perceptual experience. So if it's true, then in this phase, where we don't have that broken symmetry signature anymore, people should have less clear experiences. And so I looked at that, and it turns out to be the case. So over 60 seconds, I'm giving you how clear the experience was, really clear, almost clear, not clear, I didn't experience anything at all. And we can see that over time, the clarity of the experience goes down. This is just the average. But then if you break it down, we see that actually the clearest experience more or less stayed the same before and after this optimal point. But what happened is that after the point, the rate of the less clear ones almost doubled, or pretty much doubled. And so that means that, okay, yeah, so this makes sense. We had a 20-second wave in the beginning, then there's only a 10-second wave, it's a doubling of frequency, but the doubling of frequency is also removing us the broken symmetry. So what we find is that there's a doubling of rates, but they're all doubled in terms of like less clear experience. And just one more thing to show, which is I found this morning, so this is to keep on giving. This is the same global scalp potential EEG, but if I normalize it, it fits the P1 curve perfectly. So again, I think nobody's ever done this before. Who knows what this means? But basically, the overall global scalp EEG has the same shape as the likelihood of having one Poisson random event happening during the trial time. So basically, the brain again anticipates the total time horizon, and then basically the curve you see here is the one we would expect based on our theoretical principles. Future work, and maybe this is also interesting to some of you. So it's already well known that all these rhythms nest within each other in the body. So it's like the whole body is a nested time scale system. And the 20-second wave has a pacemaker, which is the gastric rhythm. Gastric rhythm has a 20-second period. And so now, as our next step, we want to repeat this experiment, see if we get the same data out, but also record the gastric potential at the same time to see whether the initial 20 seconds might be actually the brain tuning into what the stomach is doing. Which, if it's true, would be another way of thinking about the meaning of gut feeling. You know, you've got a gut feeling about someone else. It might actually turn out to be true. Okay, last few minutes. So we also looked at, this is a preprint that's out, you can take a look at. We looked at what's happening between these different periods at the level of neural coherence. And we just wanted to make the point that when you do hyperscanning, you get an opportunity to ask, what does the other person contribute to the one person's brain activity? So we had 3 situations. One person could do it wrong, and the other person also wrong. One person could get it right, so I recognize you, but you didn't recognize me. Or I recognize you and you recognize me. So from an individualist point of view, these 2 conditions are the same. But actually, interactively, they're not the same, because here you are mutually recognizing each other. So just a quick review of what the EEG bands look like from delta to gamma. We have all the different frequency bands. So now the frequency bands are up here. When we look at what happens between correct and incorrect presses, there's not much going on for the incorrect pressors, but for the correct ones, there is, but in the higher bands. And then we can compare between the different segments. And the largest difference are when people clicked early compared to another time in the trial. So again, that marker is the really important one to get as neurocoherence. And what we found is that when you click early, you have decreased neural coherence in frontoparietal connections, which has been associated with being susceptible to emotional impact, for example. It's argued that the frontal areas basically, if they're not connected with the back, it means you're less in control of your emotions and how others affect you and so on. So basically, if you click too early, you're still in an immature phase. You're not fully prepared yet. So we can actually see this in the brain signature, which is interesting. So with that, I'd like to thank the team at the Oppenheimer Institute for Science and Technology. And just one announcement, if you're interested, in November we'll have a big conference on embodied cognition, agency across scales. And there'll be another one next year around the same time on embodied cognition meets AI. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. So I think I said something very wrong before. After the online speaker, there will be the coffee break. And then there will be the next speaker.
It's very nice to be here. I really appreciate your invitation. Okay, so for now we are also waiting a little bit for our guests to join in. We are as well.
It's a very short distance remote right now.
Yeah, come on in. Let's all be here together. Yeah, come in. Antonella, join in. Oh, she.
So that's probably was not the same. So okay, just see if he's.
Yeah, we have to start it.
Maybe he would.
There.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Hi. Hello. Hey.
All right, let's just check the things. Can you say something? Yes, we can hear you, but let's just switch you to the external speakers as well here on stage. Okay, can you say something as well?
Hello, hello, can you hear me?
Perfect. We can hear
Is
you
it?
perfectly. Yeah, you can absolutely start right now.
Right, good.
Hi, Shunike. I'm the moderator of this session, and I'm going to present you. So next speaker from online is Shunike Kasahara. Cybernetic Humanity, Exploring the New Humanity Emerging from the Integration of Humans and Computers. So you can now share your screen if you want.
Sure, give me a second. Okay. Give me a second. Can you see my screen? Well.
Yes, so we can.
Oh, I can, yeah. Okay, I see. I actually watching also the YouTube right now, so I can recognize my screens now, projecting the screen, so which is nice. All right, so okay, so let me start my talk, and thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm so sorry about I cannot join in person, and also very sad like I cannot meet Art and also others fantastic talks in the virtual reality. So I do hope like I can be there in physically and also even the virtually. I can hope that in the embodiment. But like to overcome these kinds of limitations with our body and maybe place or body or time, maybe like we are now working on many researches. That's why we want to overcome something like limited to our body, I think. Right, and then in this, I think I have 15 minutes. So like in the 15 minutes, let me introduce my research topics and also introduce some like the projects from our group. And our research topic is about cybernetic humanity, which is like I'm calling that how we can define ourselves when computer and human integrated. That's my whole like agenda of the research. And I am a so I am a researcher in Sony Computer Science Laboratory, and also surprisingly as same place as Tom Frost before Professor Tom Frost just before my talk. I'm also in the OIST, which is Okinawa Institute of Science Technology, which is like South Island of Japan. And like now the Sony CSL and also OIST is having some research collaboration, and I'm doing some like research studio in there. So again, like I'm kind of the background of engineers, also computer science, and slightly also sometimes doing some like artwork, and also mainly working on the human augmentation, the human perception cognition. And again, the main question why I'm doing is like, of course, like, now we already know that the computer is not just a tool. Now the computer is more like integrated in our body, action, and behavior. Now, of course, this is very nice. Like, for instance, when we have the virtual reality, we can also embody new appearance. Or if we embody it or like using some virtual artificial intelligence, of course, we can do better than myself. But in that case, still, can we feel this is myself? So without those kind of like carefree and also articulation of the why the self when human and computer integrated, we end up to losing ourselves. This is actually more like a disaster than like a better history of the technology. That's why I want to think about like okay, how we can define our humanity when computer and human integrated. And my research aligned with my research series. I'm working on the several perspectives. One, action, body, identity, and interaction. Of course, today I not so much time, so maybe I just pick up some of the projects I'm working on from this perspective. Maybe like I can start talking about action. And then this is more back to the 7 years ago actually, and the collaboration with Jun Nishida and Ken Suzuki, which is about like actions. So maybe like before my talk, Tom was talking about like a liberty clock and also free will. But of course, like same like that. This is talking about sense of agency. So okay, so like if you have a chance to next to other person, maybe hope you can see my video. And then I see like that the screen is a little bit small, but you can also try to other person is release the pen and you have to catch the pen. That's a very simple trick, right? So imagine you have to do something like the pen catch. So like, but usually it is actually very hard, almost impossible to catch the pen, right? So you can also try yourself when you are doing some going bar. But once you equip something, let's see what happened. So hope you can see the video in kind of non-jitter or something. But you hope you can see that he is actually getting the pen without any delay. And then why we cannot catch the pen is, of course, we have some latency over the processing of the cognition, perception, the motor planning, and then motor execution. That's why we could not catch the pen. But in the video, I just show is actually the using electromyography, which is like detecting the muscle activity, we can detect some like a moment of person A trying to release a pen. And also using that signal, we can also actuate the person B's hand by means of the electromuscle stimulation by applying current into the muscle and then contract muscle forcibly. So that's why we could make it catch the pen. So like for instance, in this video, like see it's easy to catch the pen, something like this. So we actually been exhibiting these things so many times, something like this. So initially we are very happy that in technology is making a faster body action, something like this. But we know that this is not human ability. This is because of the computer. But one day, the one guy is coming to our booth and try our demo, and then let's see how he said. Initial trial was no EMS, and the second trial was with EMS. All right, so hope you see that video. So in the second trial, we actually secretly turned on the EMS. And then he could catch the pen. And he said, I couldn't catch the pen. But I actually explained, sorry, gentlemen, this is not your ability. This is because of the computer technology assists you to move faster. But he still don't listen to my explanation. Because I'm always training myself. That's why my trick is very fast. And at that time, I was really kind of disappointed in myself because my explanation was not good. But eventually, many people started saying about similar things. So we actually investigated furthermore about what is this. And then with this, together with Jun Nisha and Paradox Professor, we investigate why the time window, which is still we feel this is my action, even we are applying EMS acceleration. So more like a simpler version of the experiment of the pin catch. But we do some a psychophysical experiment and then asking about how much do you think this is yourself by applying various timing of the EMS. And we actually find even we are applying EMS, make it faster than you can do, slightly, maybe, sorry, you cannot see the number, but 80 milliseconds faster, people still feel, this is my action, 50% higher. The more like above the chance level, they feel this is my action. This is very interesting because even we are augmenting by means of the computer and then making faster human movement, but still we feel, this is my action. So this could be one example of how AI and also computer technology augment myself, but still we feel this is my action, this is still me. So aligned with this research, we actually did many variation of these findings for maybe including some decision making or how these kind of having the agency impact some training effect, or even with not only for the EMS, but also how exoskeleton, how robot control, also having a sense of agency. But for instance, another example is having our own body as a robotic body as our own body, for instance. We can also imagine something like this. So we can also imagine we can have some multiple body by a robot hand, for instance, or something like this. So a little bit to skip something. But for instance, we can also imagine having a very fast movement of the robotic arm, for instance, something like this. Hope you can see the video, slight delay. But by combining the human intent, human motion, and also AI control, we can make it a very precise motion even with a robotic body. So in this video, is showing that he is actually moving this robotic arm, but hitting the robot pet bottle in the very precise hitting motion. And then this is also aligned with his intention, which is make it, this is my action. So like we are working on several directions, but overall, the important point is that when we think about human augmentation or human computer integration, the core point is how we can preserve the self-attribution, kind of subject to subjective. The self-attribution is a key point of the human integration, computer integration. That's more like talking about action. And if we have a more like, I guess I have 7 minutes something, or maybe try to finish a little bit earlier, but also talking about identity.
Hello everyone, I am Shun Kasahara from Sony Computer Science Laboratories. Today I would like to introduce my research on cybernetic humanity, exploring the self emerging from human-computer. Okay, so let me start my review talk for 2023, in which I would...
Hope you can hear the sound. So like maybe like many people know about Sora or some like AI generated. So like I guess like nobody not so much surprised which when I say this is AI generated, unfortunately. I was like I actually made this in 1 year ago, and then at that time everyone really shocked about like, oh, this is AI generated. But now nobody made not so much surprise. I say like this is AI generated. But this is like now is happening in the real life. And also we can imagine like changing the faces, something like this. So if you use closely these videos, the photo, everyone has my face, by the way. But in that meaning that like we can also easily control the facial identity also even in the swapping the facial identity. For instance, in this execution, we are exhibiting. Maybe I hear my sound. Yeah, so like this is more like a face swapping, face morphing and also swapping in exhibition, which is like two persons coming to the booth and having a talking, but like gradually their face is morphing and also eventually going to be swapped. And the question is how much do you think this is yourself or not? So like in this, aligned with this technology, we also like doing some like investigating why is the self-boundary and the morphing, and then what kind of the aspect is actually impacting the sense of self in the face and also motion. So now I will just like a little bit skip over the detail, and I hope you have an interest. Please check this paper. But we are now investigating about like how sense of agency impact self-identity, and also how identity impacts sense of agency.
Hello everyone, I am Shun.
But again, like the question is like now we can also create some kind of AI version of myself, for instance. Like and then this is sort of like because this AI version of myself is further better English than myself. So sometimes I feel, or maybe like this AI generated myself can give a talk instead to myself, right? So, but the question is like AI, does the AI replace me? And then I actually want to think about it more like a happier and also ideal situation of the myself and also AI. That's why I actually also working on the AI clone self project, which is like creating my self clone in the mobile. But the only question is like this is like a project with like how we can create our self clone, but not only distributing the clone, but also how we can make circulative and also closed loop between AI clones and also myself. And then the idea is like we are creating a self-clone, then distribute to many persons over a smartphone. Then a smartphone, they can also talk to each other to like a smart AI clone with other persons. And all conversation is actually coming back to the myself. And the myself is also like myself is also kind of like a review all conversation. And also we can also update myself and also AI clone itself. It's more like the closed loop of the communication. And we actually also deploy this system in the National Museum of Japan, and then doing some like actual experiment, and then providing some science communication for the guests, and by creating the science communicator clone, and then providing some mobile phone, and then the visitor can experience with the science communication with AI clone. And we deploy this system in the Science Museum, and then we try the experiment, the open experiment, and in this 20 days, we already get some like 450 sessions, which is almost like 1,000 participants in 20 days, which is actually not impossible. If it is actually impossible with physical bodies, but by using the AI clone, we can also make it possible for having a multiple computation at the same time. The point is also like in this food exhibition, also like an experiment, human service communicator also getting some human growth itself. So a little bit like the more detailed report will be hopefully published in the near future. But through our experiment, also human growth, human achieve some human communication growth over the time by reviewing those kinds of AI clone communication, which is also like an ideal situation, ideal form of the AI and the human, not replacing human, but more for mutual growth of the human and AI. All right, so together we are now working on the cyber humanity, combining many, kind of like many variety of the research field. And then my aim is actually trying to establish some science-computer human integration. And so then a little bit of advertisement. So I am also, like Tom said, like many hot event is going on the ice, but also augmented humans will happen in the March, middle of the March next year. And we are now opening the paper, and now more for 1 month, to go for permission. So please submit your paper or ideas, please. And also I think OISO is also doing some visiting research or internship project opportunities. So these are very typical academic activities in Okinawa, which is reading a paper in the snorkeling, paper discussion in the sound, also playing for grants with waterfall. So if you have any interest in joining these activities in Okinawa, let me know, or maybe Professor Tom Frost know about many things, channels, so please contact us. All right, so thank you so much for your time, and then hope I can, so even I cannot be physically, but here is my contact, so if you have any question or comment or something, please send an email or something. Thank you so much, and then thank you for giving my talk. Thanks.
Hi, Shuniki, very nice talk. We don't have actually questions. We have a coffee break in person, so I hope you could join, but it will be virtual. I'm going to stop the meeting now, and thank you again.
is the coordinator of the VR Health Champions project, and she will talk about the open call opportunity for SMEs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Christiana, and it's really nice to be here for the first time here in this amazing city and to present the opportunities for companies. My first question it is, how many of you are in an SME right now or representing an SME? None. So you will be my ambassadors for your SMEs that you know across your ecosystem, okay? Because what I will speak now, it is opportunities, funding opportunities, and connection opportunities for SMEs in the world of VR. So VR Health Champions, I'm the coordinator of this project. It's quite an impressive name. We are not the champions, but we intend to support the champions to reach out to the market, the VR companies. So what we do, it is to gather a set of 14 amazing institutions across Europe that are experts in market access, regulatory affairs, clinical validation, and tech development in the health sector for VR. And our intention is, with these 14 partners, we are supporting actively 5 SMEs that are in our project. So some of them are technical development support, others are hospitals that are allowing the test and validation. We have a regulatory team, an expert team doing the support on regulatory path, and we have the market access support. So all of that in one ecosystem to support 5 companies that are in our project, but we will open call to support more. But at this moment, what I will ask you, it is the supporter looking for some things that those 5 companies need. So who are those 5 companies? Lumen develops AI-powered wearable glasses using computer vision and haptics to help visually impaired people to navigate safely and independent. We have Miva. They have a software gamification for neurodevelopment disorders, so teenagers, for training some stress situations. We have MedApp that has a solution for supporting surgical navigation. MetaSkills, a VR and Gen AI system to train healthcare professionals into soft skills. And finally, we have Virtual Leap that has a solution that supports the cognitive assessment and training for neuropsychological disorders. So these 5 companies have joined our project since the beginning. They are getting the support, but they need some extra support that is not in our project. So we are looking for other companies providing funding so they can get this kind of extra support to complete their value chain. So what we are looking, support for clinical validation, medical imaging, regulatory and market access, digital health platforms and AI, marketing and adoption strategies, XR hardware and computer vision. In total, we have 14 challenges across 600K in support to distribute to 14 SMEs. So why to apply? Of course, lump sum, the grant, 60K. Work closely with this SME, so you will not just develop something out of the scope. There is a need from a company that has this need in order to reach out the CE mark and reach out to the market. So it is really precise work. You get in touch with the ecosystem that is quite big at this moment. And of course, you can integrate the value chain of the development of VR solutions. Who can apply? This VR Health Champion, it is an I3 project. It compiles here some eligibility criteria, and those are the countries and the regions that are eligible for the application. So what is the journey? The call is now open, so everyone can visit in the website of VR Health Champions. You can apply until the end of November, so 30th of November. The evaluation will close in the end of January, 24th of January, and the collaboration will start at the end of February. So this we have 14 challenges, as I was saying. Some of them are to work for 4 months, so others are to work for 12 months. So everything will be concluded for sure in the 31st of January 2027, sorry, depending of course on the challenge that you are looking for. So what are the challenges? So I gave a brief overview, but I will go in detail. So in each one of the challenges, you can see the last line, that is the budget. I will not say one by one, and the duration of the support that is needed. So for Virtual Leap, so if you can remember, it is the VR-based cognitive assessment tool. They are looking for market entry and product launch strategy for the CogniClear, that is their solution. So as an outcome, what they need is a go-to-market plan for at least 2 European markets. They need support on GDPR, cybersecurity, and software as medical device validation. So what they need, they are doing the technical documentation right now, and they need this asset to complete the technical documentation for CE mark, and develop the healthcare professional onboarding for VR adoption. So they need a few training materials, so when the solution is launched, the adopters will have some materials to know how this works, how this game works. In case of MedApp, they only have 2 solutions, and this is the most difficult, I would say, solution that we have in the project, because the risk is high. It's a really high classification device, because it's a surgical navigation system. So at this moment, they are looking for pilot clinical stage investigation, informative usability evaluation, in particular for use case of kidney biopsy. AR navigation. So what they need is, of course, for the compliance of GDPR, they need this first preclinical testing, and they need, for training the model, the AI model, a segmentation of annotated data of abdominal and chest CT images. So a complete radiology validated segmentation data sets ready for AI training, and of course MDR submission. So really to the point. So I'm not speaking broadly in kind of projects of research. They need concrete outputs. Meta skills, our AI assistant and VR training for healthcare, so soft skills training. What they need is the development of an integrated platform for scenarios authoring, licensing, managing, and reporting of AI-driven VR training. So a full platform and operational platform. Defining and implementing a digital twin, so this is more technical, for soft skills, a structured digital twin framework for mapping and monitoring healthcare professionals, and finally, one permis language model, proof of concept for secure and stable AI assisting VR training. MIVA, our serious game for neurodivergent teens. If you remember, they need feasibility studies for AI skills training in neurodivergent teens. They need market and communication plan, and they need a VR-specific technical and documentation framework development. So they need a little bit of the push on the regulatory part, but also on the market access. And finally, our 5th company, Lumen, what they need is purely technical support, cybersecurity and remote OTA in head-on wearables, indoor and outdoor SLAM and VO in wearables, and machine learning, monocular, deep, and R&D. Questions. Tomorrow we will have a webinar at 3 CET. And each one of these companies will present in deep the challenge, the solutions that they have, and be open to questions. So if you know any SME that provides this type of support, that is interested in receiving these grants for these short-term services, please share this information with them. And our mission, once again, is to create VR health champions, and I will thank all your support on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now we have the presentation of the hackathon winning team. So we had, before the conference, a hackathon where we gave participants these gloves. These are from Sense Glove, where you have haptic and feedback and force feedback. And the challenge was for the teams to develop something where the haptics and this glove improve the experience. So that, for example, also to write different conditions, haptics on, haptics off, so that the jury later could really test, is the use of haptics something that makes the VR experience better? And the winning team, Alex will present it. Yeah.
The winning team they are called Rumpet. Please come. Well, sorry for my following presentation, but see for my following spelling. It's Robin Vierling, Helen Vierling, Merlin Steven, Konstantin Sinashuk, Hendrik Kolasa, and Kilian Emre Dalhuet. Welcome. Only one of you is presenting. You have the...
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Merlin. I'm from Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. We participate in the hackathon, and our project is Rumpet. Thanks for already presenting like all our wonderful team members. We were a team of 6. And now I'm going to show you what we built and what our idea was. Like, you all know Beat Saber. It's a really epic VR game. It's fun, it's really good, but there is really missing something. What are we missing? We are missing trumpets. And now, that was our whole idea, right? And first I will introduce you what the gloves are good for, right? So you have those haptic gloves, and they have a very interesting use case. Like when you're grabbing something, they can restrict your hands. Like they restrict how far you can close your fingers. But that means that they are mainly useful if you want to have like something like a claw movement. And they mainly only work on 3 fingers. Like they also work on the thumb, but it's not that good. So you're constrained to the ring finger, to the middle finger, and to the index finger. And that's where our idea like perfectly fits in. You control the trumpet with 3 triggers. They have color-coded. And here you can see the person is just like pressing down the middle one, and you can see this also translates into the game. Right, how did we finish like a really polished project in only 36 hours? We had a very like good division into sub-teams. We worked in teams of 2 to increase like efficiency and talk all the time within the, through the sub-teams. And we mainly focused on the glove-trumpet interaction. That's like the main part. You want that the glove and the trumpet like feels really good. So we needed like 2 people that only focus on that. Then we had like wonderful art team and sound design team, and lastly we also have like a gameplay and system integration team. We had clear tasks and also deadlines. We submitted our first build, I think, like 3 hours before the deadline, which is nice because like I also heard from other teams that they didn't even finish within the deadline. So yeah, we had some time to polish and just create a nice game. So there were multiple ideas how to implement the glove. The first one was using Unity colliders, but we quickly thought that like this doesn't work well. It felt like really junky. The second one was the second one was to use the raw values of the gloves. Like you can actually just use them via the API, but it had like a very weird resting position for the hand. Like that's how what they came up with. And the last one was actually just to use math. Like when nothing works, just use the good old reliable math. We use like a dot product between like the trumpet, the trigger that's pointing up, and like your finger, your direction, and that's like the easiest way, and it worked really well. And now that we have like the trumpet working, I can show you like the main idea of the game. You first have a tutorial where you're shown like multiple notes and how to interact with them. and then like the curtain rises, you hear the crowd mumbling, and then like the player coughs, like you know it in conferences, people are constantly talking, and you need to signal them that you want to start presenting something, right? And then you play the game, you play the song, as you're playing, the crowd will cheer for you, they will hype you up, and lastly, like, they also throw like roses at you, and the curtain closes again. Yeah, we have a very, like, it's a nice, like, closing gameplay loop that has a clear start and a clear end. Our art team really focused to make this really atmospheric. We have a dark theater, and I really got nervous. I also heard like from other people that played the game that they got the stage fright when playing the game. And yeah, I think you can actually also play it. We finally fixed it. We had some problems with the gloves, but I think it works now, and I can show you a small video of the game. Yeah, so at first you have to calibrate, of course, the glove. Then you can grab the trumpet. And here you can see just the person performing the tutorial. I hope the audio works. Oh, it's yes. So I just expected like that the crowd will also cheer like here, but okay. Sorry. Thanks. Yeah. So thanks. Like we are also like at the demo booth, so you can hopefully try it out later. Thanks.
Amazing game. You also have to think.
music or all kind of environments where one is it facilitates this relaxation. So this can be also used.
Okay, we are ready to start with the next session, and the next speaker will be Alex Fuentes-Raventos, and he will talk about synchronizing EEG data with stimuli. And yeah, you should really listen to him. He was just recently invited to the Council of Europe as an expert on a workshop for freedom of expression in XR, and it was quite successful. They invited him already again for December. So listen to him. Enjoy.
Thank you, Mija, for this kind presentation. Today, I will talk about the synchronization between these two systems, the EEG system and also the virtual reality headset. And I will present a tool that we developed at the Even Lab that makes this synchronization easier and also more reliable. But before, allow me to introduce myself a bit, even though Mija did really well. I'm a first-year PhD student at the Autonomous University of Barcelona, part of the brain group within the Computer Vision Center. We conduct fundamental and computational research at the intersection of artificial intelligence and computer vision. But my daily life happens here at the Even Lab at the University of Barcelona. The Even Lab is under the umbrella of the Neuroscience Institute, and we carry out fascinating experiments ranging from oncological rehabilitation projects to the creation of virtual environment for traffic awareness training for prison interns with the help of Mavi Sanchez-Vives. We're also currently working on several projects that combines EEG with virtual reality, which is what motivated the development of the tool I will present later. At the Even Lab, we stand at the intersection of computer science, psychology, and neuroscience. And if I can play this, yeah, this is part of the group at the Even Lab, and that's a typical thing that we do at our lunchtime. And last but not least, I'm also the coordinator of the virtual reality course in the Deep Tech Brain postgraduate program. The purpose of this program is to build bridges that facilitate bidirectional communication between two areas that usually are too separated, which is the area of computer scientists, virtual reality programmers, data scientists, but also the neuroscientists, psychologists, or even medical doctors. I couldn't use the image for an award that we received a couple of days ago about this course because of some political issues about that. They didn't make it public yet, but this course is going well, and we received an award some days ago. Now, speaking of bridges, yes, let's talk about the problem, some existing approaches, and our custom solution for synchronizing these two systems. And even though I have a highly technical audience today, I like to start not with systems or programming or technical details, but a short story about the folks' lives to quickly visualize how our brain works. Here is the fox just waiting for something to happen, and indeed, something happened. Snake appears in his field of view, and first he realizes that an animal has appeared. But after that, he recognizes that an animal is actually a snake, so he decides to run away to stay safe. But for this entire sequence of events, how much time does the brain need to process everything until the fox decides to flee? Everything starts here when he's alone, in his world, and then an onset happens. In this case, the snake appears. This initial visual detection takes between 50 and 150 milliseconds. Next comes the animal recognition stage, which needs 150 milliseconds more. After that, he realizes or recalls that snakes are dangerous, and he decides that he wants to run away. And finally, he runs away. So we can see all these brain processes before the motor response happens before than 60 milliseconds in total. So how does this look in the brain? We check the brain after all this process, how does it look? So this is what we see if we extract the average activity of several trials of the same event. The systematic electrophysiological responses to the stimuli. or what we call the event-related potentials, which the people from the snack company commented on yesterday. In this example diagram, we can see electrical signals that correspond to some of the Fox cognitive process. And looking at this diagram and considering how little time these processes take, we can reach one crucial conclusion. Every millisecond counts. And with this in mind, let's take a look at the setup of our EEG experiment. On one side, we have all the biosensors working, the EEG, the skin conductance sensors, and the heart rate sensor. On the other side, we have our virtual reality application running on the Meta Quest 3 using Unity software and using the OpenXR plugin provider, which is the industry standard for VR application. All major companies use it as their main provider. Meta, Valve, Pico, HTC2, well, except Apple, obviously. But anyway, we'll come back to this plugin provider later. That's why I commented, but it's really important. Here in the video, we can see the initial setup that we created a few months ago for our current project involving EEG and VR. In our case, this was a multiplayer virtual reality game with the EEG systems. So we recorded 2 players. One of them is Micha. It was just a pilot study to see how can we visualize all these systems working together, even if, in a multiplayer setup. Now, we've talked about the sensors, and we talk about the virtual reality application. What is this common ground in between? The lab streaming layer. The lab streaming layer, or also LSL, is the standard tool used to synchronize data across different devices, EEG, VR, different type of biosensors, using a shared network time base. It's an open source and free package that streams data in real time with highly precise timestamps, with milliseconds accuracy or even less. But that's not all. It can handle also multiple data types, physiological, behavioral, and also digital triggers or inputs. It corrects for delays between the different data streams that it receives. And it collects all those streams into one unified timeline and file for later analysis. And also, are you checking the time? One more thing that I want to comment. Yeah, let's leave this for before. What is the real problem? But some days ago, and also I think it's a really important thing that I have to comment, I contact a person from the lab streaming layer company or research, and just one, obviously they were really professional, they answered all my questions, but they were also really nice. This is not the sponsor, I'm not anything related with lab streaming layer, but it's something that usually we don't comment. We only talk about synchronization, about milliseconds in this case. But they were really, really nice, or in this case, he was really nice. He explained the problem really well. I didn't understand one specific thing that they use in the background. I think it's something worth to comment. So I want to say, his name is Chadwick Bowlai. Just to know if you want to contact him, just you can do it. Well, hopefully he will answer as nicely as me, but just so you can know. So every millisecond counts, and we have this setup. So what is the real problem? The lab streaming layer is already doing all of these processes that I already said, clocking synchronization, stream collections, delay corrections. What's the problem? The problem is that if we send the trigger from Unity, we depend on the Unity runtime. That means the movement when we send the event is not necessarily, well, it's not the same moment when the event actually happens on the screen. And as we said at the beginning of this presentation, every millisecond counts. But where are those milliseconds coming from? Here is, I will be a bit more technical. If we want to make a snake appear on the screen, we'll do two things in parallel. We will send the information to the upstream layer from one side, telling that the instruction just happened, but we will send instruction to the device to make the snake appear. Look at the data and check it, well, we'll probably see this, that the smooth, perfect process that we had at the beginning